Hey, check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey. Hey, check. Hey, check, 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 check. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Check. I'm seeing signal on the streaming machine here. Hey, check, 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 check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey. Hey, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey. Hey, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey. 1, 2. Hey. He's got the stream live, right? Hey, check, 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 check. Hey, 1, 2, 1, 2. Yep, 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 yep. Bing bong. Bing bong, bing bong. Well, yeah, I don't think you want the desktop audio unmuted. Hey, check, 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 check. 1, 2. Yes, it's a pretty healthy amount of signal on our end. Hey, check. Hey, check, 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 check. Gotcha. Okay, cool. Hey, check, 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 check. I could send a little bit more, but it is already a healthy amount of signal on my end. Hey, check 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey, check 1, 2. Stream check 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, 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 check. Hey, 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 hey. Check 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey, hey, check. Got you. Hey, check, 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 check. I mean, I can give you a little bit more, but I only have a little bit of headroom before I start clipping. So, hey, check, 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 check. Yeah, I'm like right up there. Hey, check. Yes, we did. Yeah, and we can test that right now as well. It actually should be sending there currently. Um, hey, check, check. Okay. The XLR. It looks like XLR has been patched. Hey, check, 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 check. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey, hey, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey, hey, check, 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 check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing. Check. Camera check. Camera check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey, hey, check. Is there any metering on there? Hey, hey, check, 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 check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey. Hey, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey, check, 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 check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey. Check, 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 check. Oh, oh, oh. Hey, check, check, check. I'm not, but I'll poke around. Sometimes it's helpful to just have an extra pair of eyes, you know. Is there is it can you do a drop down on the oh that's for record though, huh? And wait a minute, and there's this volume here. Oh, and that's just for mute Unmute. Hey, check, 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 check. 1, 2. Hey, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey. Was it unmuted again too? Oh, I see. Oh, yeah, I hear myself after. Sure. Is that what I sound like to people? I sound like a fucking idiot. Oh, hey, check, 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 check. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Uh huh. Okay. Okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's just me talking. I'll come take a look too. Just see what's up. Hey, check, 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 check. Oh, 'cause that's yeah, audio here. Hey, check 1, 2. Yeah, it's a. Hey, check, 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 check. 1 2 1 2. Hey, check. 1 2 1 2. Hey, hey, check. 1 2 1 2. Hey, hey. You hear me there, Hal? Hey, check, 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 check. 1 2 1 2. Hey, hey, check. 1 2 1 2. Hey, hey, check. 1 2 1 2. Hey, check, 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 check. 1 2. Hey, testing, testing. 1 2. Check. 1 2. Hey, check, 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 check. 1 2. Hey, hey, check, 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 check. Might just be like a settings thing. It might not be set to be looking for the mic inputs.
It was on. I know it was on the internal mic, but I'm okay.
Oh, I see.
Online.
Hey, check, 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 check. So it
That's input one, right?
should definitely be sending. Yep. Input 1, it's set to line level, which is correct. Hey, check, 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 check. Mind if I get a second pair?
Yeah, totally.
I'm not really a camera guy, but although okay, that's internal mic. Oh yeah, input 1. Hey, check, 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 check. Hey, check, 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 check. Hey, 1 2 1 2.
Maybe it is mic level.
Hey, check. You're hearing that, right?
Yeah.
Hey, check 1 2 1 2.
Okay. So it's mic level, I guess.
Hey, check, check. Oh,
Still can't hear anything.
interesting. All right, go back to mic then. Hey, check. That's really odd. If anything, you should be getting like way hotter signal with line level, but what are you gonna do? Whatever works, works. I thought it was me here turning this back up because it's audio level, but it's set to input 1 instead of internal mic. Yeah. And maybe let's do this. That should make it the same in both ears because it's just mono. Hey, check. So you should be hearing the same thing. It looks like it's slightly, they're set different. Is that better? Around the same? Hey, check.
Same thing, honestly.
All right.
You want to hear?
Looks like they're reading a little different, but I'm not gonna stress too much about it. Hey, check 1 2 1 2. Oh, it sounds like phasey though. Hey, check 1 2 1 2. Hey, hey 1 2. Hey, check 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 check. 1 2 1 2. Okay. Yep. Well, let me do this again. Hey, check 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 check. Oh man, it's gotta be set to manual. Hey, well that's way too hot. Hey, check 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 check. 1 2 1 2 1 2. Did you set? Let's set this to mic as well. That should be better. Hey, check, 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 check. I just turned this all the way down. Check, 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 check. I don't know why that side is getting so much more signal, but that's fine. Hey, check, 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 check. That looks to be the same. Hey, check, 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 check. It is stereo, so yeah.
Are you a fighter or will you cower? It's a
difficult. Yeah.
This is pretty standard. A lot of health. Eric? We're ready to do a sound mic check? Yep. With Rosa here. This is Rosa, who's our state chair.
Hi, how are you doing? How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm great.
The sound check has started. You're live. on the
Yeah.
mic. What would you like her to say? Anything positive?
Yeah, good evening. How's everybody doing? Are you ready for the big night? Are you ready for the big night to be over? That's probably the operative question. I'm just trying to do a mic check. Eric, you want to let me know how how's that transmitting? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
So Rosa will be the principal speaker throughout the night. Okay. She'll sub in people. She's emceeing tonight. She'll be subbing in people to introduce some different people. And then there's obviously our candidates and guest speakers this evening. Perfect. Yeah, that was a great sound check. Thank you very much.
Oh, good. Thank you. So when do I turn? Is there any time I turn this off?
I don't think so.
It stays on? It's always a hot mic?
All the time, correct? No.
No, I need you to show me how.
So it's always a live mic. That's actually something that we have to do up there.
Okay.
So if you want to have the mic cut, you can just say, we can cut this mic for now. We have the control up there. For transitions, you probably just want to leave it live because you can lose a lot of, like, if they don't get it on by the time the next person speaks, you just don't want to say anything around it that you don't want in the room. It's just like, think about the Wayne Morris when we have a live mic.
You bet. Eric, how are you? Is that too loud? For me, it feels like I'm getting a reverberation, so it is too loud for me. Good evening. Today is Election Day, November 5th, 2024. So, Eric, does that transmit to the back?
And then when you get people in here talking, and their bodies absorb a lot of the sound, their clothing absorbs the sound.
The only thing I don't want is... Eric, how are you? Does that sound okay? Good? It's good for me as well. I'm not getting it kicking back in my face.
And then we can adjust it once the program starts.
Good evening. Good evening, everybody. If you can hear me okay, then I'm going to go ahead and get this program started. I'm going to get it started. Good evening, everyone, and welcome. Welcome to all of you. The lights are really bright, and I can't see you, but I know that you're lovely, aren't you? I know that you're lovely. But welcome, everyone. My name is Rosa Colquitt, and I am the chair of the Democratic Party of Oregon, the very proud chair of the Democratic Party of Oregon. I never say those words without putting the words proud in front of it, because that is absolutely how I feel. I would like to thank you for joining us tonight, because I know that there are probably 101 other places you could be tonight, but instead you decided to join us, to take time out of your very busy lives and to join us in unity and in strength and to celebrate together tonight. I know that for many of you, and I know that it's hard for me to believe that November 5th is finally here. Could we all breathe together a sigh of relief? Let me see if I can hear it from you. I can see you a little bit. I did see that sigh of relief. But we truly appreciate you joining us tonight. And I wanted to share with you tonight that earlier today, I, as one of Oregon's grassroots leaders for the Harris Walls national campaign, I did my last 2 hours of phone banking and text banking in Pennsylvania. So I was glad to do that. I did. And I said, now I can get back to my chores. I have a lot of, as a state party chair, I have a lot of Oregon duties. And so the next thing I did was I went directly to my laptop, and I wanted to send some thank you notes. There are so many people. I think if I were to say thank you from now until tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, that still won't be enough to thank people, to thank all of you who have brought us to this night of culmination after so much work that we can hardly believe that we're finally here. But I did go to my laptop and I sent notes to about 72 different people. And so, and I know they're busy, but hopefully they had some time to take a look at my notes. But there are some folks that I absolutely have to thank for their incredible sacrifices. And I know that a lot of those people that have made some really incredible sacrifices are sitting here with us tonight or standing around having some camaraderie together. But I absolutely must give, if my cell phone doesn't give out on me, I absolutely must give recognition to a number of people, and I'm going to find them in just a second and tell you who they are. First and foremost, I would like to say thank you to every candidate on the ballot who stepped up and said, here I am, I will serve. I will serve my state and I'll serve this nation. And when I look at some of the work that goes on behind the scenes and even in front of the camera in every campaign, it is just incredible the work that goes on when a person steps up and says, I will run for this office. And so I would like to thank someone's trying to get you to quieten down a little bit, or I'll start thinking I'm at the Wayne Morse Gala. If you've been to the Wayne Morse Gala, then you know what I'm talking about. But I want to thank every candidate on the ballot. I also want to say thank you to Team DPO. I can't name all of them right now, but I think you know many of the people on Team DPO. I have the honor to work with them mostly every day. Their work is tireless and it is unrelenting, and even when the hours are long, they're still a superfine team DPO. I would like to say thank you. If you're familiar with the Democratic Party structure, I would like to say thank you to every county party chair and vice chair and the members of their executive committees. So if you are a vice chair and a chair or a member of their executive team, raise your hand, say something. We want to thank you and to commend you. The work that they put in is phenomenal. The work that they do with fundraising to support local candidates and to support their local county party operations is absolutely phenomenal. I'd also like to say thank you to, again, if you're familiar with the Democratic Party structure, I'd like to say thank you to all of our caucus leaders. We have 14 or 15 caucuses. We have congressional district leaders in all 6 of our congressional districts. I want to say thank you to them as well. Let's applaud our congressional district and caucus leaders. I have been thinking about folks that work inside of the party that bring us to a night like tonight. This has been a journey, and I can't begin to imagine some of the work that goes on behind the scenes that even I don't know about. But there are so many people to thank. And lastly, I want to thank someone. I don't know if you know these people, but I call them unsung heroes. Unsung heroes are people who don't necessarily have a title. When you see them every day, they may greet you with a smile or offer a helping hand or to give you a word of encouragement. Those are our unsung heroes. You may never know their name or their title, but please give them a hand. They're a part of us coming to where we are tonight. Our unsung heroes. And finally, I want to thank our presidential nominee, Vice President Kamala Harris. Yes. And our nominee, who is our current vice presidential nominee, Governor Tim Walz. I want to thank them for everything that they will do. I think Oregon, along with all of our states, we can say that we stand in amazement of the work that they have done over the past 107 days. And I personally thank them for their work and for what they will do on behalf of Oregon and behalf of the United States. Now, we've got a lot of candidates to come in, but there's some words that I want to say tonight, and I want to keep on, I hope and pray to keep on saying them for many, many months to come, and that is, hello, Madam President of the United States of America. Those are some words I want to say. And from the looks of your response just now, those are some words you'd like to say as well. But again, I want to welcome you. I hope that you're going to enjoy the camaraderie, enjoy each other's company, and that soon we're going to be celebrating some unimaginable victories, the ones that you've worked so hard for to get us to this destination tonight. So I'm going to bring up another member of my team, of my hardworking team. He is the secretary of our Democratic Party of Oregon, and his name is Nathan.
You're actually skipping right to the governor.
Oh, we're going to skip Nathan? Okay, Nathan, you just got bumped. Okay, I'd like for you, if I can get can I get your attention a little bit more? Can I get you to calm a little bit? Please welcome with me Governor Tina Kotek. Yeah. A leader who not only makes history, but who also connects deeply with communities across Oregon. In her first year in office, Governor Kotek kept her promise to visit every county in the state, building strong partnerships and listening to the hopes, challenges, and local needs of all Oregonians. Her commitment to tackling the critical issues of housing and homelessness, behavioral health, education, and more reflects her dedication to creating solutions that work for all. From her historic role as one of the first openly lesbian governors to her tireless work as an advocate, Governor Kotek is a true champion for Oregon. Let's give her a warm welcome of applause.
Well, good evening, everyone. Whew. Thank you all for being here tonight. I'm going to start off with a football analogy here tonight. We are at the 1 yard line, and we have left everything on the field. So I just want to say thank you to a whole lot of people here in this room tonight. You knocked doors here in Oregon and in other states. You made phone calls in Oregon and to other states. You mailed postcards in Oregon and to other states. You gave money for Oregon races and races across our country. And you talked. You talked with your friends and your family and your coworkers and your neighbors to remind them about the election and making a plan to vote. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for all the incredible hard work. Please, let's give you all a round of applause for all the hard work. And you know, that's what I love about Oregon Democrats. We do the work and we get the job done. Am I right? Am I right? You know, you and all the folks like you across this state are the heart and soul of democracy and of our Big D Democratic movement here in Oregon. Your dedication, your resilience, are the driving force behind everything we have accomplished here in the state of Oregon, and you are the inspiration for everything we are still fighting for. You are the reason that we keep hope alive here in our state, no matter how difficult the road gets, no matter who stands in our way, no matter the challenges that we face. So I know I'm going to wait for the folks in the back. Thank you. I know that we're all feeling the weight of this moment, the uncertainty, the tension, the knowledge that the future of our country is on the line tonight. Tonight's election isn't just about a president or about the control of Congress. It's about who we are as a people, what kind of nation that we want to build, and what values we will carry forward. And I can tell you, regardless of what we wake up to tomorrow or in the days to come, one thing remains very clear. Here in Oregon, we will continue to lead with courage, with commitment, with compassion, and with conviction. We will continue to march forward, to make our voices heard, and to stand up for freedom, protecting a place where everyone can be themselves, feel welcome, and have equal opportunity. So to everyone here tonight, to the immigrant communities who came to America in search of a better life, to the families who are working 2 or 3 jobs to make ends meet, to the seniors who want to live in their homes in a safe community, to the queer and trans Oregonians who are living our true lives, to the Black, Indigenous, and people of color communities who are fighting for a level playing field, to the union members striving to lift up all working people, and to the women fighting for the right to control our own bodies. To all of you, I want you to know, as your governor, I see you, I hear you, I stand with you, and I will have your back. Because no matter what happens in DC, no matter who sits in the Oval Office, our commitment here in Oregon will not waver. Our state will remain a stronghold of equality, opportunity, and justice for everyone who calls Oregon home. Our community will stand together as a shield against any attempt to undermine our fundamental freedoms. Our laws, our policies, our actions will remain a bulwark against attacks on our democracy. The work we're doing here in every city and every community bends the arc of history towards justice. It strengthens our hope for a future where everyone can thrive. Everyone. So, my friends, let's stay focused. Let's be patient as we await the results. It might be a few anxious days on some races, but let's hold faith. Let's hold fast to our faith in each other. We got to keep the faith. Let's support each other because we are strong. We are resilient, and we are unified by our shared belief in a brighter tomorrow. And together we will keep moving forward, building a future that we can all be proud of. Thank you. Thank you for everything you did. Let's win some elections tonight. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Nathan Soltz. It's my honor to serve as our state party secretary. And now I'd like to take a moment to thank some of the folks who made this event possible. I'd like to first thank our premium event sponsors, United States Senator Ron Wyden, UFCW, NGP Van, and OFN-HP. Our platinum sponsors, IBW Local 48, Ask Me, Target Smart, King Estate, and Morel Inc. Our platinum team, Espousal Strategies. Our gold event sponsors, U.S. Senator Jeff Merkley, Congresswoman Suzanne Bonamici, Congresswoman Andrea Salinas, Congresswoman Val Hoyle, Treasurer, soon-to-be Secretary of State, Tobias Reed, Future PAC, SDLF, APWU, Joint Council of Teamsters number 37, Western States Regional Council of Carpenters, UAW, Stones Phones, and Winning Mark. Our gold team sponsors, Attorney General Ellen Rosenblum and the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde. And our silver event sponsors, Labor Commissioner Christina Stevenson, Senate President Rob Wagner, State Senator Kate Lieber, State Representative Rob Nose, soon-to-be Congresswoman Maxine Dexter, Act Blue, Blue States PAC, the Oregon State Building and Construction Trades Council, Bottled Lightning Collective, Empirical Media, Gregory and Eddie Pasadore, and Winning Connections. And our silver team sponsors, OEA, and State Representative Daniel Nguyen, and our team sponsors, Bright Blue Inc., Mission Control Inc., and Upper Left. Thank you to everyone who sponsored this event to make it possible tonight. Now, it is my honor to introduce our next speaker, and it is truly an honor to celebrate our Attorney General, Ellen Rosenblum, whose dedication to justice in our great state spans decades. As a federal prosecutor, judge, and Oregon's Attorney General since 2012, Ellen has fought tirelessly for our environment, healthcare, and civil rights. This year, in addition to her service to Oregonians, she also served on the Democratic National Convention's Rules Committee, helping navigate a fair and equitable pathway as a former Democratic Attorney General Kamala Harris became our Democratic nominee. Ellen's unwavering commitment to Oregon and the Democratic Party leaves an indelible legacy. So please join me in welcoming our champion, one of my heroes, and someone I'm honored to call a friend, Attorney General Ellen Rosenblum.
Wow. Woo! Well, good evening. Thank you, Nathan. Whoa, good evening, Oregon Democrats. First, big congratulations in advance to all who prevailed tonight. And congratulations if you are a first-time voter. I don't know how many we have in this room, but that's pretty great. If you inspired someone to vote who maybe was going to skip voting, yay, thank you. And if you or your candidate come up short tonight, please do not give up or see it as a failure. To the contrary, we need you, and you are always welcome in the Democratic Party. In fact, consider trying again, because losing is great preparation for winning the next time. Next, I want to thank the governor. We are so grateful for Governor Kotek's leadership. Tina and I are just your opening acts tonight. Our assignment, say hello, tamp down the jitters a little bit, keep things moving until we have word on our local and our state and our congressional races, and maybe even the presidential race. And most of all, we need to be patient and, of course, to remain hopeful. I'm feeling good, very good, about our chances tonight in Oregon across the board, and I hope you are too. And here's why. Plain and simple. I know how much hard work, much of it behind the scenes, has gone into tonight's outcomes. Victory is never a foregone conclusion. To everyone in the Democratic Party of Oregon, from the tireless neighborhood leaders to the countless hours put in by door knockers, to the office managers, to the campaign staff, and candidates themselves, thank you. You make democracy possible, and every Oregonian is better for it. Now, on a more personal note, this is my fourth and last election night with you as your Attorney General, including 2012, 2016, and 2020. I want you to know it has been an absolute joy and an honor to get to serve alongside all of you. And now, this evening, I know it's a little premature, there's no announcement yet, but I want you to know that Dan Rayfield is going to be a fantastic Attorney General for our state. And I look forward to working with him and with his team as soon as he gets elected for a smooth transition. And that is going to be especially important, in fact, urgent, In fact, as we have more than just a few clues from past years as to what comes next, that will certainly impact Democratic attorneys general workloads in the next weeks and months. So as a quick reminder, on the national scene, I helped lead the charge with my Democratic AG colleagues 4 years ago to ensure that there would be lawyers ready, willing, and able to respond to those frivolous lawsuits filed by Republicans across the country. 628 such spurious legal cases were filed after the 2020 election, and they were overwhelmingly unsuccessful. And that's because we were ready, and we are even more ready this time. As a lawyer, I can tell you it's highly unethical. In fact, it's so serious you can lose your law license to plead facts, false facts, or otherwise to misuse our revered legal system. But that's what these frivolous cases are filled with. And let me assure you, there are going to be even more dubious lawsuits filed by the MAGA crowd this year. In fact, guess what? There already are. Nearly 200 bogus election-related lawsuits have already been filed nationally this year. Once again, we, and by that I mean nonpartisan, democracy-focused organizations that have been established since 2020, are ensuring highly qualified and highly ethical lawyers are available to respond to all of these lawsuits. So, like I said, tamp down the jitters. You may also recall that 4 years earlier in 2016, after a night everyone in this room never wants to relive, I was co-chair at that time of the Democratic Attorneys General Association. And in that role, I helped coordinate the fight against Trump's many illegal and unconstitutional efforts to undo America, culminating in the summer of 2020. Remember that? When his illegal actions really hit home, when he sent federal troops to escalate the tensions in Portland following the murder of George Floyd. And from that experience, I learned, as all of us did, just how dangerous Trump is. And we know how state attorneys general, thanks to our U.S. Constitution and the rule of law, coupled with our ability to be nimble and to work closely together, were actually one of the best lines of defense against his constant stream of illegal and unconstitutional actions. So, in this context, let me repeat, Dan Rayfield has everything a person needs to do this job well, and he knows full well the threat that Trump and his MAGA Republicans, win or lose, pose to every aspect of the rule of law that we hold so dear. So I want to say one more thing, and this is something I cannot overemphasize and something I see every day. Our state is a safe and a very special place to live, and that's thanks in great part to Democrats. You have made this a safe place to have a child, or to choose not to have a child, or to receive emergency health care when something goes awry. You have made this a true sanctuary state for people who might otherwise live with the fear that they or a family member might be deported if they drive a car, complain about their working conditions, or even just take their kids to school. You have made great strides in protecting all Oregonians at home, in school, and in the workplace. And you have done remarkable work in protecting our environment. Of course, there's tons more work to do, but we Democrats know that in our state, the progressive and the quintessentially human values we hold will carry the day, and that they do lead to effective and compassionate policies that become law and that we follow. So let me conclude with sincere thanks to all of you for helping make my 12 plus years as your Attorney General so rewarding. I will miss you. Thanks to the 1,400 hardworking public servants in the Oregon Department of Justice that I get to work with. Thanks to all 3 governors I have worked with, to our congressional delegation, to our state legislators and their staffs. Thanks to the amazing DPO and all the incredible county parties that are behind our successes. And as we look, or at least hope, to be heading into an historically great evening, let me close with Vice President and hopefully soon President Kamala Harris's closing words at this past summer's convention in Chicago. She said, "It is now our turn to do what generations before us have done, guided by optimism and faith, to fight for this country we love, to fight for the ideals we cherish." And yes, it is, and we're fully up to the task. Thank you all.
Hi, can you hear me? That's good because it's hard. It's a little hard to hear. I'd like to thank our Attorney General, and so excited about the years that she's given us. I next have the opportunity to welcome Congresswoman Suzanne Bonamici. Please welcome Suzanne, a leader dedicated to accountability, fairness, expanding opportunities for all. Since first joining Congress in 2012, she has been a champion for public schools, consumer protections, and a sustainable future for Oregon and America. As co-chair of both the STEAM and Oceans caucuses, I hope you know what those are. She's advancing innovation and protecting our oceans. Let's give a warm welcome to our re-elected Congresswoman, Suzanne Bonamici.
Thank you, Rosa. Good evening, Oregon Democrats. Wow. It's so great to be here with all of you. Whew. What a night, huh? Can we just start out with a little "we won't go back" cheer? We're not going back. Let's hear it. We're not going back. Oh, let's do it again. We're not going back. Oh, good. That warms us up. Thank you, Rosa. Thank you for the kind introduction. Thank you for your leadership with the Democratic Party of Oregon. What a night. So my race was just called. Thank you to the 1st Congressional District for sending me back to Congress. And I'll tell you, the Oregon races look really good. Andrea Salinas is up. Val Hoyle is up. Janelle Bynum is up. And we are watching, of course, across the river, Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez, and she's been working so hard. So I know it's been kind of a roller coaster lately. You feel like you're excited, and then you're terrified, and then you're excited. But I am feeling optimistic. I'm feeling optimistic because I know that this country is ready for a leader who's going to bring us together, for a president who's about competence, not chaos, right? Yes, so we're excited. We're excited. I know. Here's what I want to emphasize. We might not know tonight, but Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are doing everything they can to make sure that every ballot is counted across the United States, and we're committed to that. Democrats are committed to having every ballot counted. So I'm proud to have been a part of this amazing Harris-Walz team. When you think about it, it hasn't been very long that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz have been running. And look at the campaign that she and they have run with all the people, some of you in here, maybe many of you in here, helped with the Harris campaign. Thank you. Thank you to everyone. Now compare that campaign with the other campaign, a campaign of chaos, a campaign of crude language, a campaign of meanness. and look at the vision and the campaign that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz has run and figure out who do you think would do a better job running the country, right? So it's really a historic campaign. But we know here in Oregon, it's not just the top of the ticket that matters. We must elect Democrats up and down the ballot, right? And thank you again to everyone who's been out there, not just for the Harris-Walz campaign, but also for the campaigns here in the Pacific Northwest and even some across the country. I know some of you have gone to help with some of those House campaigns as well. It really makes a difference when you're out there on the doors talking to people and calling people, telling them why, what's your why you're supporting Kamala Harris, Tim Walz, Janelle Bynum, Andrea Salinas, Val Hoyle, Marie Glusenkamp-Perez, because those genuine conversations really do make a difference, right? The other guy had to pay somebody. Elon Musk had to pay some people to go knock on doors for his candidate. Guess what? We heard a lot of those canvassers are actually voting for Kamala Harris. So I'm really excited about the Oregon congressional delegation. When I joined Congress about a dozen years ago, there were no women in the Oregon delegation, 0 women in the Oregon delegation. And now we are going to have a delegation in the Oregon House of 5 women and 1 man. And we have done that, 5 Democratic women, and we have done that in just a dozen years. So it's pretty exciting. I'm very excited about it because I'm excited to go back to getting things done. Like, this has been about the least productive Congress in recent memory, if not in history, right? But it isn't just so we can get things done for the people. It's so Hakeem Jeffries can be holding the gavel on January 6th of 2025, right? That's really critical. So we're watching all the House races across the country. And just in case you didn't know this, one of the architects of the plan to not use the Electoral College and to send the vote to confirm the president to the House was now Speaker Mike Johnson. So we're going to put him out of that job, put Hakeem Jeffries in, so he's holding the gavel on January 6th. So with the future, I'm so excited about the future and the joy that Kamala Harris has brought to the campaign, along with my former colleague, Tim Walz, who's going to be the vice president. Yes, I know, deserves it. So anybody else in this room care about education issues and want to protect public education? Yes, Tim Walz and Kamala Harris will do that. I'm excited about it. We're also going to keep politicians out of reproductive health care decisions. Yeah, we're going to codify Roe versus Wade, get rid of the Hyde Amendment so that people can make their own reproductive health care decisions. We're going to make sure that everyone in our community is safe, no matter who they are, no matter who they love, and free from discrimination. We're going to lower costs for working families. We're going to protect and strengthen the right to organize, stand up for working people. We're going to create an opportunity economy. We're going to make housing more affordable. We're going to fight climate change. And very importantly, we're going to protect democracy. So I'm excited about tonight, this historic election that we're seeing. We're watching unfold. Again, please be optimistic and patient because we might not know right away, but I'm really thrilled about all the Oregon races. I understand our statewide offices have probably all been called. I know Tobias Reed's has been called, if the others, probably since I've been up here, have been called as well. So thank you so much to the Oregon Democrats who helped in races here in Oregon, across the Pacific Northwest, and across the country. Let's protect democracy. We are not going back. Thank you, everyone. Have a great evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Congresswoman Bonamici. Let's give her another hand. good afternoon, or good night now. Woo, it's late. My name is Ashton Simpson, and I'm your state party treasurer for the DPO. And I'm pleased to welcome the tribal councilwoman from the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde, Denise Harvey, an elected member of the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde Community of Oregon. I hear you out there. Since 2002, Denise has served the tribe in various capacities, including as the Human Resources Mentorship and Workforce Development Coordinator. Elected to the Tribal Council in 2013, she advocates for education and health and housing initiatives. Denise also represents the tribe of several boards, including the U.S. Department of Housing and Development, Tribal Advisory Committee, and the Spirit Mountain Community Fund Board of Trustees. Help me bring Councilwoman Denise Harvey out. Let's go. Give her a warm welcome.
Why, those lights are bright. I just want to welcome you all to the homelands of the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde. And as you know, our tribes and bands were here in the Portland area, and we were removed and moved to the Grand Ronde Reservation back in the 1850s, and that's where our home is today. But we are in the ceded lands of our homelands here. I just want to thank you all for being here. I want to thank everybody who runs for public office. It's not an easy job. It's difficult campaigning, and in the last few years, our elections have been really rough. But we've all stood strong, especially here in Oregon. We will remain to stand strong. There's so many good things that we do here in Oregon for the people. And it's really nice to see the delegation of Oregon be so supportive of human beings and the people that we are and what we live for and what is in our hearts. And I just want to say there's so many good things that have happened over the last 4 years for tribal people, from the boarding school issues and the MMIP and VAWA, and we have to keep moving forward, and we cannot go back. And the tribes across the nation are, we're all just biting our nails right now because we've went through many of injustices over the years, and we've really come to a place now to where we're getting some movement and we're seeing those changes, and our injustices are being acknowledged, and we have to continue that. So I was just at a Harris rally in Las Vegas, which was pretty exciting to be there. I was very proud and honored because she gave some of the tribal leadership VIP seats for that event, and the first thing out the gate, she acknowledged us, she pointed at us, she talked about the tribal people being the first peoples of this land. And it was just so nice for us because, we're only 3% of the population. But it's really nice that we are at least acknowledged, and we are present, and we are involved, and we are engaged. And following after, at the tribe, everybody calls Suzanne my friend Suzanne, because Suzanne and I have this great relationship, and I really cherish the relationships that I have with the Oregon delegation, and that I can call them my friends. And, I have their numbers, and I can call and talk to them or ask them questions. And I don't think it works that way in every state. But here it does, and, like Kamala Harris kept saying during the rally, we vote, we win, and we're not going back. So thank you all for being here.
Good evening, Oregon Democrats. I'm Matt Keating, Eugene City Councilor and DNC member, and it's my honor to introduce, and I get to be the first to say it, Representative-elect Maxine Dexter. Growing up here in the Pacific Northwest, Maxine Dexter faced challenges that instilled in her a commitment to caring for others. As a first-generation college graduate and physician, she has dedicated her career to improving the health and well-being of Oregonians, particularly the most vulnerable among us. In her time as a state representative, Maxine has secured historic investments in housing, strengthened abortion protections, and enhanced addiction treatment options. Her progressive values and evidence-based approach have made a meaningful impact on our community. Please give a warm welcome to Congresswoman-elect Maxine Dexter.
Amazing, thank you. So I've noticed it's hard to hear people, so I'm gonna bend my knees and see if you can hear me. So thank you all so much, what an honor. The night is still young. I know many of us are still holding our breath. And across this country, hardworking, nonpartisan election workers are diligently making sure that every cast ballot is counted. But here in Oregon's 3rd District, we can confidently say we did it. Thank you. And each and every one of you has played an important part in bringing me here today, and I want to give special thanks to a couple people, or a few people, without whom I couldn't have done this. My husband, Rob, I can't see anything, but he's out there somewhere. Our children, Alex and Sophia, who are just texting me from their college campuses across the country. None of this would have been possible without you. Our volunteers and donors, the incredible neighborhood leaders who take time out of their busy lives to organize in their community, and to those who pitched in what they could, and to everyone who talked with friends and helped them understand the importance of this election. My team, many of them are here. They're amazing. Thank you. Please give them a big round of applause. I entered this reason for a simple and powerful reason. We find ourselves at a make or break moment in America. My patients are struggling, our families are struggling, and we are either going to address our climate crisis or generations after us will pay the price. We are either going to make sure that healthcare is a fundamental right, or we're going to let millions who cannot afford it go untreated. We are either going to rebuild our economy and make sure it works for everyone, or we're going to let a few billionaires decide our future. We are either going to acknowledge that facts and science are real. Thank you. Yes. Or we will be governed by whomever shouts the loudest. While the far right may have tried their best to divide this country, tonight, the voters of East Portland, Gresham, Hood River, Sandy, Estacada, they spoke with a unified voice that we want progress. So it is an honor of a lifetime to represent District 3 in Congress. And as a physician, I took an oath to put my patients' needs first. Tonight, I make an oath to put the needs of District 3 and Oregonians everywhere first. I'm ready to roll up my very long sleeves and get to work to ensure that we have housing that's affordable, that we restore access to abortion care for every woman in this country, and what feels incredibly pivotal right now is that we protect our democracy. But I can't do it alone. Every person in this room is part of the solution. And regardless of how other races turn out in the days ahead, we are going to need to stand up and show up for the things that we believe in. And that's going to take courage, and it's going to take solidarity, and I look forward to standing together with all of you. Thank you very much.
Hello, Oregon. I am Lacey Beatty, the very lucky mayor of Beaverton, and I get the extreme pleasure tonight to introduce a friend of mine. When Treasurer Reed called and asked me to do an introduction of him, I was really excited. I think we've heard a lot about Treasurer Reed's background. I think we know that he served in the legislature, that he has been our faithful treasurer for the last few years, but I want to introduce my friend tonight. When my daughter was 6 days old, Tobias sent me a handwritten card with a personal $25 check in it for my daughter to start her college savings plan. And I thought that was pretty awesome that a 6-day-old person got advice from a treasurer. When he called me this year to talk about his race, he asked how I was doing, and I answered him honestly. It was in the midst of my mother passing away, and we didn't talk about his campaign, and we didn't talk about my campaign. We talked about his dad. He told me how his dad liked peanut butter parfaits and how he felt so happy that his kids got to meet him, but that he was sad like I was that they might not know him. But I know Tobias, and I know that his kids know his dad because of the man that he is. I voted this year for my 2 daughters and their rights and their future and what they're going to look like. I voted as a proud U.S. Army combat veteran and wife to an active duty military officer. I voted for military families across this country to have the right to turn in a ballot by mail. And we have to viciously fight every attack that tries to take away vote by mail. And if we want those things to be important for my daughters, for your kids, for our parents, for Oregon, and for this country, it will start with a fair and free election. And we in Oregon voted early for the man that is going to protect our right to vote. It is with extreme pleasure that I get to introduce Oregon to our new Secretary of State, Tobias Reed.
Good evening, Oregon, and thank you, Mayor Beatty, for a very kind introduction. It means a lot to me that you know me as well as you do and that you know my family. I am incredibly grateful tonight for Oregonians' vote of confidence in our vision for safe and secure elections, a more accountable government, and bringing stability and competence back to the Secretary of State's office. And since the mayor started with family, I want to start there as well. Any successful campaign is a team effort, and that's true in my case as well. So I hope many of you recognize whenever anyone says something nice about me or thank you for running, I tell them they've misdirected it. That nice sentiment is more accurately directed at my family. My wife, Heidi Eggert, our daughter, Annika Reed, and our son, Ellis Reed. They are all here tonight as well. They put up with a lot in order to let me do this public service that I love, and they are serious about it. Heidi has her own career. She is so talented and compassionate, always has the right idea about what to do in any situation. Our daughter is a sophomore in high school, so she puts up with a lot. She is a reliable photographer and an advisor when it comes to pop culture and fashion. Our son is always up for knocking on doors, and no one, I mean no one, has sealed, stuffed, or stamped more envelopes than him. So my thanks to Annika, to Heidi, and to Ellis. I also want to thank all of our supporters, our campaign team, our friends and allies in organized labor across the state, and all the other progressive organizations that have made such a contribution to our effort. And I want to thank the staff and the elected officials at the Democratic Party of Oregon and the multiple county party committees across the state who have been such an important element of our campaign. Your support, your energy, and your passion have made this victory possible. Thank you to all of you. But most of all, most important, I want to thank Oregon's voters for participating in our democracy, regardless of who you voted for. I hope we all can agree that Oregon is better when everyone is participating in our democracy. How do we feel about that? Like many of you, I am waiting to see what happens across the country in the many states that are too close to call right now. We have to be patient to get those results right. In the course of our campaign for Secretary of State, we talked to the majority of county clerks across the state, where the real work of democracy, where these elections actually happen. And I learned directly how committed each of them are to getting this right, to making sure that every ballot is counted accurately. And I know that their counterparts across the country have that same commitment. So as much as we know what result we want, we have to be patient and resolute as the elections officials in all of those areas across the country that are too close to count do the work to get it right. So let's be patient and let's root for what we want. There is going to be a lot of noise in the hours and the days to come. People who are trying to continue to find ways to pit us against each other, to divide us, to prey upon division. But we're not going to let that happen. We have to remember why we are here. We're Americans, we're Oregonians. We're trying to work to move toward the more perfect union that our founders talked about. And that is an effort that never ends. So we have to look forward, not backward, and work for the future that each of us needs and wants. Tonight, in Oregon, there is a lot to be excited about, a lot of victories, and Oregon continues to lead the way when it comes to safe and secure voting. But we cannot take that for granted, ever, and we have to be committed to building on that success. So I want to thank you one more time for all your support, your relentless optimism, and your hard work. Winning statewide office is a team effort. And thanks to you and to all of the hardworking staff and volunteers and leaders of the Democratic Party of Oregon, I'm very proud to stand in front of you as the next Secretary of State of Oregon. Now let's get to work. Thank you, everyone.
Congratulations to the Secretary of State. I have the honor of introducing U.S. Senator Jeff Merkley. He's our next speaker. Yeah. Jeff is a lifelong advocate for justice. He has dedicated his career to fighting for Oregon's working families, protecting our environment, and strengthening our democracy. From championing affordable housing to combating the climate crisis, he has shown relentless commitment to creating a more equitable future for all Oregonians. Senator Merkley's work continues to make a profound impact both in Oregon and nationwide. Let's give Senator Jeff Merkley a warm welcome.
Hey, greetings, everybody. It's going to be pretty exciting when in January we say those two words in the Oval Office that have never been said. Madam President. You know, this is kind of a powerful campaign for women, not only the Oval Office, but we're talking about tonight every single Democratic congressman will be a congresswoman for Oregon. Go women, Oregon Democratic women. I got to tell you, it's been a decade of darkness and despair with Trump. You know, I think about the things that he undertook. One of those was to uncork hate and division in this country. How about we elect a President, Kamala Harris, who ends the hate and division, and instead of tearing people down, builds people up across our nation? How about instead of a president who gives tax breaks or champions tax breaks for the wealthiest individuals, the most powerful corporations, we have a president that enacts an opportunity economy across America for all the American people. And in international affairs, I'm sick and tired of Trump pandering to dictators and Putin around the world. How about a President, Kamala Harris, who's going to stand up to dictators and champion democracy? So, 4 years ago I had these hats made: Dump Trump, Ditch Mitch McConnell, Save America. I never knew we'd have to use these hats again, but let's do it. Let's do it. Let's dump Trump, ditch Mitch, and save America. I just want to note that it's so important that we take the House of Representatives. And here in Oregon, we have 3 swing seats. So we already just heard that the Oregonian called the race for Andrea Salinas. Here are the great news. Val Hoyle down in Eugene faced a tough election. I know she's going to win tonight. Go Val. It hasn't been called yet. And those are saving 2 seats. But to advance the possibility of taking the House, it means Janelle Bynum has to win. So many of you walked for her, talked for her, took to the phones, and she's up 10% right now. So let's take it home and elect Janelle Bynum. I had hoped for a blue trifecta tonight, but it's not great news for the Senate. My very good friend, Sherrod Brown, has been called the race, and he did not win. I'll tell you, it makes the House of Representatives all that much more important. It means Val is that much more important. It means Andrea Salinas is that much important. It means Janelle Bynum is. I just want to close by saying to you all, our democracy is in trouble. The system is far too rigged for the powerful over the people. We have to take the presidency tonight, and then we have to proceed to reform the Senate, reform the filibuster, be able to put bills out for the people on health care, on housing, on education, on living wage jobs, on climate, on labor rights. And let's give an applause to all our union members who are here tonight. We have a lot of work to do to rebuild this nation for the next generation, and together, Oregon is showing the way. So God bless you all, and let's stay in the fight. Good night. And in a moment, you're going to be meeting the most powerful individual in the Senate, which is going to be our own Ron Wyden. I'm sure he's getting an official introduction, but amazing senator for all of us.
Here is what we know tonight. Oregon Democrats will always put on a full court press for jobs and justice. We'll always put on a full court press for women's health care and making sure that women make those choices, not the government. We'll always have a full court press for families paying their fair share, but also the people at the top finally paying theirs too. We'll put on a full court press for seniors and taxpayers so we no longer get fleeced on Medicare costs by Big Pharma. And we'll have a full court press for everybody's civil liberties for all. And that means LGBTQ folks finally getting a fair shake. And finally, we'll have a full court press to protect our democracy from those plotting in plain sight to end it. So that's what we're going to be working on, and what a team we're going to have in January. Maxine Dexter is heading to the House. Congresswoman Bonamici will be the new dean of our state's House delegation. Val Hoyle and Andrea Salinas, winning re-election. All of them mean we're running with the right crowd. So, friends, it's okay to be nervous before the final buzzer. But all of us know that Democrats have put in the sweat equity, so we're going to prevail helping people and families. Make no mistake about it. And I want you to know, I will never back down for a fight taking on powerful interests who are going to stop that agenda for families and seniors and workers. Our country demands better. We're going to get there. I want you to know that in this fight, I will be with you every step of the way, and it will not be something we rest on until we win. God bless. God bless.
Hello. You don't say hello when I say hello? Hello. Election night 2024. My name is Brad Martin. I'm the director of the Democratic Party of Oregon, and it is my honor to introduce Michael Savaggio, the political director for UFCW, United Food and Commercial Workers, Local 555. Very recently, like the freshness date is still there, members of Fred Meyer's and QFC ratified a new 3-year contract, securing significant wage increases and enhanced health care coverage and improved retirement for over 11,000 workers. It's huge, and in Oregon and Southwest Washington, this victory is a testament to the strength and the solidarity of union workers and the unwavering support of the community and your Democratic Party. Let's hear it for Michael Savaggio.
Hello, Oregon Democrats. I am just here to thank you for the solidarity that the party has shown to workers over the last few months, especially. So I'm going to be brief. In the last few years, you know that we've seen a type of theft in this country, a theft of wages, a theft of income, as huge corporations artificially create inflation and then pocket the profits from Oregon families and Oregon taxpayers. They ask workers for more and more, and that workforce gets less and less of this nation's prosperity. That's right. And we said that we'd had enough. And so in August, when we took to those strike lines, we showed this state and we showed those corporations that our strength is in our solidarity. But there is another type of solidarity working for us that kept our members standing tall. And that was the knowledge that they were not alone on that line, that they had a solidarity not only of coworkers, but of decision makers, of customers, of community leaders. The knowledge that Treasurer Reed was out on that line with them. The knowledge that Congresswoman Salinas was out on that line with them. The knowledge that Senator Steiner and Senator Gorsuch were out on that line with them. And most importantly, the knowledge that the 1 million member strong Democratic Party of Oregon was on that line with them. And that made all the difference, because at the end of the day, we were able to secure an agreement that meant real wage increases for workers that deserve them. We have an agreement that means more food on families' tables, more economic prosperity for those who are too rarely afforded it. And our members out on that line did not forget what the Democratic Party did for them, and they won't forget it tomorrow. Because what you showed us, what you showed the whole state, is that the Democratic Party is not just a political instrument, that the Democratic Party is willing to stand tall and stand up for what is right, for what is just, and for what is worthy of our deepest held values as Oregonians. And that means that no matter what political challenges come tonight or tomorrow, we can count on you all, and we can count on the Democratic Party of Oregon to stand with the marginalized, to stand with the vulnerable, to stand with the institutionally persecuted, and to make sure that those individuals and those voices and those values are protected and empowered. And that is why we are so proud to stand with you tonight, because you stood with us. So thank you again from UFCW 555. Good night. God bless.
I'd like to ask you now to please welcome Madison Walters. She is the chief petitioner for Yes on 119. Madison has led the charge to protect Oregon's cannabis industry workers by ensuring they have a voice in workplace safety. Measure 119 will allow cannabis employees to organize without fear, so they can address hazardous conditions like toxic chemicals and fire risk. With this initiative, workers will gain the protections needed to safeguard their health and enforce product standards. Let's give a warm welcome to Madison Walters, please.
Hi, good evening, everybody. My name is Madison Walters. I'm a chief petitioner of Measure 119, which will protect the rights of cannabis workers to organize and form a union. I am beyond thrilled tonight to be up here to share with you that Measure 119 has passed with over 100,000 votes in the lead right now. This measure will have a tremendous positive impact on workers across the state, paving the way for a safer and more accountable cannabis industry. I want to thank all of our endorsers and supporters who have helped us get here, but I especially want to thank the Democratic Party of Oregon tonight, whose staff, whose PCPs, whose community leaders have been helping us spread the word and educate voters about Measure 119 and why it's so important. And I know it's a difficult time tonight. We're still waiting on a few really key and important races, but I want to say that no matter what happens on the national level and the local level, your work tonight has made a tangible difference in the fight to ensure that all workers have the right to a safe workplace, fair wages, and union representation. So thank you. Thank you so much.
Come on now. Let's thank Madison again. Come on, y'all can do better than that. Come on. All right, now, please join me in welcoming the Oregon Education Association President Reed Scott Schallback and Vice President Enrique Ferreira of the Oregon Education Association. Representing over 41,000 members, OEA advocates for licensed educators, supports professionals, and community college faculty across Oregon. Their commitment to equity ensures that every student feels welcome and supported in their public school. Together, they empower educators to collaborate with local communities and negotiate strong contracts that promote quality education for all students. Let's give a warm welcome to Reed and Enrique.
All right, Oregon Democrats, if you can hear my voice, clap once. If you can hear my voice, clap twice. If you can hear my voice, clap 3 times. Woo! Hey, everyone here went to elementary school.
Yes, it's a lot of fun.
It's amazing. Well, good evening, Oregon Democrats. My name is Reed Scott Schwalbach. I am a K-12 Spanish instructor and the proud president of the 42,000-strong Oregon Education Association. Thank you to everyone for supporting public education. Our members live, work, and vote all across this state.
Hola, buenas noches. My name is Enrique Ferreira, and I'm the proud Vice President of the Oregon Education Association. Our members understood the task of this year's election. Our goal is to help win everywhere across the state. Our students depend on it.
And this election cycle, our members were busy on the doors. They were busy in the neighborhoods. They were busy texting. They were busy phone calling. We're proud to share with you that we knocked over 4,000 doors, did over 10,000 phone dials, and completed over 52,000 texts.
Absolutely, and we also did it in Spanish, which is very awesome for all of us who are bilingual educators who represent our communities. Thank you. OEA educators look forward to continue to work with all of you here as we all want the schools our students deserve and also the communities that all of you live and work. Thank you.
Mil gracias.
So now I want to talk about a different program. And we've got such a terrific lineup of speakers, so I hope you're enjoying all of them. Please join me in welcoming C.M. Hall, the incoming Executive Director of Emerge Oregon. A lifelong Oregonian, C.M. has dedicated her life to community activism, equity, and social justice. C.M.'s extensive experience includes teaching, political strategy, and advocacy work, which all of these things have prepared her to lead Emerge Oregon. They believe that we are stronger. Emerge Oregon does believe that we are stronger together and are committed to changing the face of power in politics. Let's give a warm welcome to C.M. Hall.
Let's give it up for the Democratic Party of Oregon. My name is C.M. Hall, and I am here to recruit women. I'm so honored to be the incoming Executive Director for Emerge Oregon, an organization that I love, that inspires, recruits, and trains Democratic women to run for office and win here in Oregon. In this election cycle, there are women on our ballots across Oregon that represent the new American majority: Black, brown, and Indigenous women, young women, unmarried women, and queer women. Emerge is reshaping the leadership of our communities, and we could not do it without you, without your support, your contributions, your encouragement of women that you know and you love to run for office. Emerge gets results because of you, because of your time and your treasure and your votes for these women. And Emerge is here because of our champions and political giants, Senator Ron Wyden, Senator Jeff Merkley, and our esteemed statesman, Congressman Earl Blumenauer. Emerge is successful because of rock star, badass cheerleaders like Congresswoman Suzanne Bonamici, encouraging other women to pursue public office. Tonight, when we elect Maxine Dexter and Janelle Bynum to Congress, they will bring the tally to 4 Emerge alum out of these 6 members of our congressional delegation. Talk about some impressive stats. That is up from just 1 woman out of 5 in our Oregon delegation when just 2 years ago we elected Congresswoman Val Hoyle and my Emerge sister, Congresswoman Andrea Salinas, to their first term. Behold the power of Emerge. It is clear from these election results that women are the backbone of the Democratic Party. And let me just say it louder for the people in our swing states. Women are the backbone of the Democratic Party. Voters trust women. Oregonians trust women. And that is why we are choosing women to lead. When we elect Democratic women tonight, from the top of the ticket on down, it will be a victory for all of us. And tonight in Oregon, 48 Emerge women are on the ballot in 17 counties. Emerge women are doing the work, and we are showing up. And of the 8 Emerge women in the Portland area on the city council, every single one of them reached the threshold to have their donations matched. We can re-elect Simone Reddy as the first out queer Latina to the Portland City Council. We will elect Beach Pace as the first lesbian mayor to Hillsborough. We will elect Jessica Solazio as the only woman on the Warrenton City Council and a mom of young kiddos. We will elect Lindsay Leach as the first queer woman on the Eugene City Council. And right here in downtown Portland, we will elect officially State Representative Shannon Jones Isidore, an Emerge 2024 alum. And she will be the only Black woman, that's right, the only Black woman come January in the Oregon legislature. I think we still have some work to do. But here's the thing, Oregonians, we are going to retire words like the first and the only, because where I live, the year starts with a 2. That's right, it is beyond time that we have the first and the only woman, and we need to elect more women with diverse lived experiences. I had a dream of getting to run for office someday and serve my community. Where I live in Newport, it's rural, and I'm queer. So I wasn't sure if I would be accepted or really elected. But I was trained by Emerge, and being trained by Emerge means you know the right time and the right race. And I can say I am a proud member of the Newport City Council, and I have been re-elected to the Newport City Council. And my superpowers are public service and optimism and the love of Oregon. And I know that at Emerge, when women run as our authentic selves in communities that we love and serve, we are unstoppable. And I won, and other women will win too. So let me just take a moment to share some gratitude, because Emerge is only able to create this kind of meaningful change because of investments from our partners in education. Let's shout out OEA, they were just up here, in our climate justice communities, our brothers and our sisters in labor, the nurses, UFCW, AFSCME, AFL-CIO, and SEIU. And let's also be sure to give it up for our hotel workers and Unite Here who are working for us tonight. In the last 15 years, Emerge Oregon has trained more than 400 women and worked and we have over 100 women, 100 who are currently serving in office. We are building a pipeline, and whatever level of office, we are lifting as we rise and working to bring more Emerge women up behind us. We are counting on you for your support and your contributions, and and my mic is cut off, and I'm done. Our applications are about to open for the 2025 cohort, so tell your friends, or you, start dreaming about running for office yourself. Know that Emerge gets results, and when I say emerge, you say win. Emerge, win, emerge, win, emerge, win. Thank you so much.
All right, let's thank CM. Let's thank him. Thank you, Emerge, all the awesome candidates that they have given us over the years. Next up, I'm very pleased to welcome on stage Shauna Ross, who is the Peace Health Technical Bargaining Chair for the Oregon Federation of Nurses and Health Professionals at Southwest Medical Center, and Hannah Winchester, who is the Professional Bargaining Unit Chair at Kaiser Permanente. It's a big team out there. They are the co-chairs of PEAK, Political Education Action Committee of OFNHP. This includes over 7,000 healthcare workers who work across Oregon and Washington with the Peace Health System and at Kaiser Permanente, St. Charles and Ben, Mid-Columbia Medical Center, Legacy Meridian Park, and LabCorp Labs. OFNHP works towards improving the quality of care of their patients, creating safer workspaces, and securing more affordable health care and wages for their workers, to name a few. Let's give a warm welcome to Shauna Ross and Hannah Winchester.
Good evening. I'm Shauna. That's Hannah. I get to do the fluff, she does the serious. First of all, for those who don't remember or didn't know, 1 year and 1 week ago today, Peace Health Southwest walked out with 1,500 members on strike. I wish to thank the Democratic Party of Oregon and its members for over $20,000 of the donations to our hardship fund. It meant the difference. For all those who have received little questionnaires from that famous Shauna, that's me. This year we endorsed 18 state house candidates, 3 state senate candidates, and 1 attorney general. In 2022, we endorsed 7 house candidates and the governor. Y'all won. So today, we have done our part, and Hannah is going to do the serious. We now have requests for you to do your part.
Hi everybody, happy election day everyone. A resounding hello and solidarity to my OFNHP and other union siblings, esteemed legislators, esteemed campaign staff, and to everyone here that made these wins tonight possible. Thank you, of course, to the DPO for giving us this space and this platform. And I don't know about you, but lately it feels like every single day is filled with a hypothetical peak that we can't reach. That acme we work towards, that moment we reach to try and reach it, that when we know we reach it, well, things will get better. Once we win that card check vote, that things will be okay. Once we sign that contract, we can take a breath. Once we pass this measure, it will be easier. I think every person in labor in this room tonight can agree. Even if you successfully summit today, there will always be another mountain in view. One saying I heard recently that struck me is that it is not the fight that you experience today, but it is what you do tomorrow that defines you. No matter the win, no matter the loss, when you wake up tomorrow and continue to do, it is who your union union is and who this party can be. Our commitment to justice does not begin or end at the ballot box. It lives in our actions every single day. So how do we do this? How do we ensure that we never settle? I've been talking to folks in OFNHP about being brave. Brave enough to take up an organizing campaign with an anti-union behemoth like LabCorp. Brave enough to keep fighting for years to organize the pros at Peace House Southwest. Brave enough to speak out against workplace violence that is plaguing our members. And we as a party must be brave enough to recognize our own shortcomings and do everything in our power to hear those Oregonians that need us now more than ever. Bravery is tough. Bravery is not quick, but bravery is transformative. And bravery is a dish best served with solidarity. Even the smallest voice can still shake the halls if it is joined by 1,000 others. There is no other group that lives that mantra better than our unions. Hell yeah. Every day, we know that they may have the money, but we have the people. They may have the C-suites, but we have the community that needs us. So as we look to tomorrow, DPO, I hope we can all take our respective breaths. We pause, give thanks, fill our cups, but find a way to define ourselves with what we want our future to be. We at OFNHP are with you in that conversation. We, as labor, are the voices you must seek to build that choir of bravery to shake the walls of progress for years to come. I am so tired, as are many of you. But tomorrow, I hope we all wake with the readiness to join together and be brave for ourselves and the people of this great state we call home. Thank you.
Tonight, we're thrilled to recognize the accomplishments of the Oregon House Democrats. Under the leadership of Speaker Julie Fahey and Majority Leader Ben Bowman, this session has made significant steps forward for all Oregon communities, from passing landmark affordable housing legislation to increasing protections for workers and investing in early literacy programs. The House Democratic Caucus has worked tirelessly to build a fairer, more prosperous Oregon for all Oregonians. Please join me in welcoming Speaker of the House Julie Fahey and House Leader Ben Bowman.
Hello, House Democrats. There is a lot of uncertainty right now at the national level, but there are some things we do know. This is a close national election, but we as Democrats believe in the democratic process and every vote needs to be counted. No matter what happens, we will get through the next 4 years by sticking together, by protecting each other, and we will make sure that in Oregon, our constitutional rights and our basic freedoms will not be taken away. But no matter what happens at the national level, it is our job to deliver results that improve the lives of working people in this state. We need to lower the cost of living, we need to put home ownership in reach for working class families, and we need to make Oregon the best place in America to raise a family. Oregon can and should be the best state in the country to demonstrate how government can both protect our freedoms and make people's lives better. And I want to introduce you to the legislators who are going to deliver on that vision. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the Oregon House Democrats. We've got Representative Lisa Reynolds, Representative Tana Sanchez, Representative Hua Wen, Representative Dacia Graber, Representative David Gomberg, Representative Thuy Tran, Representative Daniel Nguyen, Representative Zach Hudson, Representative Andrea Valderrama, Representative Travis Nelson, Representative Hi Pham, Representative Jules Walters, Representative Mark Gamba, and Representative Shannon Jones Isidore. Give it up! All right. Before I hand it over to the Speaker of the House, what we know right now is that Oregon voters have delivered a strong majority for the Oregon House Democrats. But what I want everyone in this room to know is that we don't come back with a strong majority without a lot of help from people in this room and people like you. I want to first thank Future PAC Executive Director Hannah Howell and her team at Future PAC for their tireless work for months electing this majority. And I also want to thank Future PAC's partner organizations who knocked on doors, talked to voters, and made sure that we had one of the best turnout operations that we've seen in this state. Here's our partners: AFSCME, IBEW, LIUNA, OEA, OLCV, ONA, OTLA, SEIU, AFL-CIO, and PCUN. Give it up for our partners. You know, there's a lot of things that we do in this state better than the Republicans. But here's a big one. We talk to voters. On the doors, on the phones, in the heat of summer, in the cold of winter. We knock on doors and we make sure every voter in this state has the opportunity for their voice to be heard. I want to thank our campaign managers, our field directors, our interns, and our volunteers who delivered these wins. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce to you Oregon's Speaker of the House. But before I do that, I want to introduce one representative, Representative Anessa Hartman. Give it up for Representative Hartman. And I think we've seen enough to say that Representative-elect April Dobson will be coming to the legislature. And with that, please join me in welcoming Oregon Speaker of the House, Julie Fahey.
Hi, everyone. Hello, Democrats. As Leader Bowman said, there is a lot we don't know yet about the national election. It's going to be days or weeks before we know the results. We have to remain patient, we must remain hopeful, and we must let the election officials do their jobs. But no matter what happens at the federal level, here in Oregon, based on the results so far, we are going to have a strong majority in the Oregon House. So, Representative Anessa Hartman, who had the closest legislative race in the state in 2022, only won by 181 votes. She is currently leading by 2,400 votes. And Representative Emerson Levy, who isn't here tonight, she's in Bend, she had the second closest race in 2022, and she is currently leading by 3,400 votes. So we feel very confident there is a path to 35 seats, maybe 36. They're still counting the votes in the Oregon legislature, and we're welcoming April Dobson, who had a very hard-fought race as well. We think all of our incumbents are in great shape to win, of course, watching the results come in, and we have a couple of potential flips, including Leslie Munoz in Woodburn and Nick Walden-Ploublon, who is up by 28 votes in Hood River. So it's because of that strong majority that we know if Donald Trump wins, we will be ready to stand up and protect reproductive rights, and protect workers' rights, and immigrant rights, and protect our environment, just like we did in Donald Trump's first term. Governor Tim Walz says, you don't win elections to bank political capital. You win elections to burn political capital and improve lives. And we don't work so hard in Oregon to win elections just because we like winning, although we do. Do we like winning? We like winning. We like winning. We do it because when we win, the people we elect, the people on this stage, are dedicated to improving the lives of Oregonians.
Since we have taken the majority in 2012, we have achieved near universal health care coverage. 97% of Oregonians are insured. We codified the right to an abortion and have protected those coming to Oregon to seek abortions. We passed critical protections for LGBTQ+ communities. We passed common sense gun reforms, including universal background checks, safe storage, and bans on ghost guns. We've passed important worker protections like paid family leave, paid sick leave, and protecting the rights of workers to organize into labor unions. We passed automatic voter registration and a plan to transition to 100% clean energy. That list, that very long list of things, that is what we can do when Democrats are in charge. And Oregonians sent a clear message tonight that they want that work to continue, and they have elected a Democratic majority to the Oregon House and the Oregon Senate, who you'll be hearing from soon. Our successes are only possible because of the work of volunteers and activists like all of you, people who donate to campaigns, who show up to knock doors, and called undecided voters. We are not a deep blue state like California or Hawaii. We are forged blue by the people in this room. So thank you so much. Thank you to all of the House Democrats who worked so hard to win races this year, and we will see you in session next year. Thanks, everyone.
Let's give it up again for the Oregon House Democrats. And one of the many things we have to celebrate tonight is the accomplishment of the Oregon Senate Democrats. Under the leadership of Senate President Rob Wagner and the Senate Democratic leadership team, this year's legislative session brought real progress for Oregon. They passed major legislation, such as expanding rental assistance to combat homelessness and securing historic investments in mental health services for youth. These efforts, along with new initiatives to tackle wildfire risks and protect reproductive rights, are building a stronger, safer Oregon for all. It is my honor to work as staff with these leaders every day. And now please welcome to the stage Senate President Rob Wagner, Senate Majority Leader Kathleen Taylor, and our Oregon Senate Democrats.
Hello, everyone. Amazing night here in Oregon. Amazing. Lovely introduction. Folks, my name is Kathleen Taylor, and I represent Southeast Portland, Milwaukee, and Oak Grove, and I am proud to serve as the Oregon Senate Majority Leader. And we're here tonight. We see so many familiar faces, and want to say first and foremost, thank you to all of you for everything that you've done to help us bring us to where we are tonight. You know, it looks really easy to win races, and it just simply is not that easy. We've had to work very, very hard, and I want to take a moment to thank all of my colleagues, starting with President Wagner, Senator Gelser-Bluin, Senator Gorsuch, Senator-elect Pham, Senator Kappa, Senator Lieber, and Senator Dembro. And we have, from afar, all sorts of people who are not able to be here tonight, but I want to acknowledge Senator Patterson, Golding, Przansky, Solman, Manning, Woods, and of course, Senator Steiner's here, and we know that she is cheering us on, and Senator Jama and Senator Meek. Also tonight, we are glad to report that we have won and are returning all sorts of members to the Senate. Senator Lieber, Senator Campos, Senator Frederick, they have won their re-election and they will be returning to the Oregon Senate. We are also very proud to announce that Senator Gorsuch is well on his way, although it hasn't been confirmed. We are quite confident, but we can't say for certain, but we think he will be returning as Senator Gorsuch from East County. This is truly, truly a win for the people of East County. I'm also proud to announce that Senator-elect Representative Pham has won her election tonight. As you all know, the Senate seat in Bend, Oregon has been held by the Republicans for 40 years. We have now, we're quite confident, although it hasn't been called, that Senator Anthony, or what we believe will soon to be Senator Anthony Broadman, although it hasn't been called, we will be taking back Bend. We're very, very excited. After 40 years of Republican control, that we believe will become our seat. If we secure these 2 additional seats tonight, Senator Gorsuch and hopefully Anthony Broadman's seat, that will put us at the supermajority in the Oregon Senate. It is imperative that we go back to do the Senate majority so that we can do the people's work of Oregon. I want to also take a moment to thank, as we all say, we really appreciate staff, but folks, we really need to thank the staff at STLF, Oliver Mugley, and I want to thank Ted Seeger, and I want to thank Gabby Legay, and Emily Mooney, and amazing people, and of course Miles and Piper from the Gorsuch campaign, and Myra and Adam from the Broadman campaign, and all of the campaign folks for Senator Pham. And so I also want to take a moment to have Senator Wagner give a few remarks. He has been working so hard that he lost his voice a little, so he's going to do the best that he can, but he really wants to take a moment, and we want to hear from you. So thank you, and thank you for tonight.
Well, hello, Oregon Democrats. I'm Rob Wagner. I get the honor of serving as the president of the Oregon State Senate. And I know that there's a lot of emotion, there's a lot that's going on right now across the country, but there's one thing that we know that is crystal clear, and that is Oregon Senate Democrats are coming back in a supermajority in the Oregon State Legislature. And for that, we have such enormous thanks for every single person in this room, every person who made a door knock, every person who made a phone call, every person who sent a text message, every single person that gave $1, that you cajoled your friends to be able to make sure that they got those ballots in. Just like out in East County, where Senator Chris Gorsuch just won re-election in a landslide. To our union brothers and sisters, and to those paid staffers that are in the room tonight as a former staffer, thank you for the work you do. We honor you with the incredible work that you do for us every single day. So let me close on this. What does it mean? What does it mean to have a supermajority in the Oregon State Senate? Well, in the face of a 6-week walkout, folks here stood firm and made sure that we had reproductive freedom and gender-affirming care here in Oregon. And this upcoming session, we are laser-focused on getting stuff done for the people of Oregon. In our legislature, we have already invested millions of dollars in affordable housing and renter support, expanding access to mental and behavioral health, crafted the largest K-12 budget in state history, and we passed this legislation that continues to make sure that we respect reproductive freedom in this state, and we are not going back. Now, as a homegrown Oregonian, I've been in politics a lot of my life, And I do remember the dark days of the 1990s when we had to fight tooth and nail in places like Washington County, and we had to stand up for things like marriage equality and environmental protections. And it feels like, folks, I used to say this, that states were the laboratories of democracy. We don't know what's going to happen tonight, but we do know this. Our states now and states on the West Coast, we are the bulwarks. We are the line of defense on social and economic and environmental justice. We have to do this work together. Thank you so much for everything that you do every single day to make it possible for us to be able to serve you in the Oregon State Senate.
I'm back, and I'm back for a very special reason. So, I have been honored to serve as Oregon's Attorney General for 12, and it soon will be 12 and a half years, so over 3 terms. And when I announced that I was going to step down, I was a little bit nervous, because you never know who's going to pop up and want to take your place. I am so excited that Dan Rayfield has won the election for Oregon Attorney General. Woo! And I just have to say a few words before he comes out on stage. He is going to be a fantastic Attorney General for our state, and I want you to know that I look forward to working with him and his team. We are going to have a smooth transition, and as I said, it's going to be, you aren't going to notice, except that it's going to be wonderful and even better. Dan has everything that a person needs to do this job well, and he knows full well, as I mentioned earlier, for those of you who are in the room, he knows full well the threat that Trump and his MAGA Republicans pose to every aspect of the rule of law. And he is going to make sure that he uses all the tools in the arsenal of Democratic attorneys general to push back as appropriate and to ensure that the rule of law and the Constitution is followed and carries the day. So let me tell you just a little bit more about Dan Rayfield. As a dedicated legal advocate and community leader, he embodies the spirit of service that drives our state forward. He has a law degree from Willamette University, and he has fought tirelessly for the rights of Oregonians, particularly those who are facing challenges with large corporations and insurance companies. Dan was raised in the Oregon public school system, and he learned early on the importance of civic engagement from his parents who had differing political viewpoints. As Attorney General, he is going to prioritize the needs of families across Oregon, and he is going to work collaboratively for a brighter future for all, just as he has done as Speaker of the House, as co-chair of the Ways and Means Committee, and in so many other roles that he has had. He is ready to take on the role of Oregon Attorney General, and I could not be happier to welcome him and introduce him to you tonight. Please come forward, Attorney General-elect Dan Rayfield.
You know, there is no other job in the world that I would rather have than to be your next Attorney General. Well, maybe a Disney Jungle Cruise, Skipper. We spent the last year traveling the state, talking to voters about what we want to do as your next Attorney General. We spoke to Oregonians about how, as their next Attorney General, we wanted to make Oregonians safer and create safer communities by combating the prevalence of drug dealing, internet crimes, and gun violence in our communities. We spoke to Oregonians about how we believe the Attorney General should be the attorney for all Oregonians, a voice for all Oregonians, someone that stands up for seniors, consumers, and working families, from things like predatory lending to wage theft. And finally, and most importantly, we spoke to Oregonians about how we need an Attorney General that matches the values of our state. And this could not be more important now. When we talk about having an Attorney General that will stand up and defend Oregon's values, defend our environmental laws from national attacks, hold polluters accountable, we have an Attorney General that will defend our election laws in this state. We have an Attorney General that will defend Oregonians from a national attack on abortion rights. That is the Attorney General that Oregonians have elected. And let me tell you, that was a lot of conversations. And all those conversations in it, I'm proud to say that we will be Oregon's next Attorney General. But you don't get to a position like this in this world alone. And so I wanted to take a few moments to say thank you to a few people. The first is our amazing current Attorney General, Ellen Rosenblum. Please give her an amazing round of applause. The reason this applause should never stop is our current Attorney General was the first woman Attorney General in the state's history. She is someone who has tirelessly served 12 years of her professional life serving Oregonians in this role. And that is an incredibly difficult path to follow as your next Attorney General. So again, please give her the most warm welcome and amazing round of applause. Thank you for your service to the state. I also want to thank the folks that helped us get here. Hazel Talinsky, who was my campaign manager, Jen Baker, who has worked on my campaign since 2010, Dan Torres, who's an amazing human being and deep friend, Tony Lapese, an amazing human being, John Pugsley. But most importantly, I want to thank my wife, and I can't see where the hell she is right now. There she is, Amanda Rayfield. Put your hands in the sky. She absolutely hates that. People are always quick to point out the sacrifices that we as elected officials make in this world, but I would argue it's the sacrifices that you make that are equally as important that allows me to do this work. Every obstacle we overcome, every step we take to make Oregon a better place, you are equally a part of all of those successes. And then finally, Adam Rayfield. Adam. Everybody give Adam a big round of applause. You are absolutely everything to me, absolutely everything, and you're a big part of the reason why I do this work. I love you both. Thank you all. I look forward to serving as your next Attorney General.
Hello, Democrats. Keating here. I'm back. Go blue. My next favorite color to blue is SEIU purple. Labor in the House. I am pleased to bring to the stage Executive Director of SEIU Local 503, Melissa Unger, Meg Nemi, President SEIU Local 49, and newly elected statewide President Johnny Earl. Check this out. SEIU 503 represents more than 72,000 dedicated members across Oregon who, by standing together, have gained a powerful voice in contracts and workers' lives. From testing new drivers, assisting at-risk youth, caring for seniors, maintaining Oregon's parks, supporting veterans, SEIU 503 provides essential services that touch the lives of every Oregonian. Please give it up for statewide President Johnny Earl, Executive Director SEIU Local 503 Melissa Unger, and President SEIU Local 49 Meg Nimi.
Do we have any workers in the house? Do we have any workers in the house tonight? I can't hear you. Okay. Well, this is what I have to say. Workers showed up this election. We knocked on doors. We texted folks. We knocked on 7 million doors, SEIU did, across the country, and 23,000 voters here in Oregon. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. We showed up talking to voters about candidates and issues that matter to workers. And that's what we're going to keep doing, because no matter what happens this election day, we have to keep fighting for workers and the priorities they have, making sure they can afford their lives, buy homes, feed their families, and have fairness on the job. And that's what we're going to keep doing. And I'm so excited to introduce Johnny Earl, our new statewide president.
Go, Johnny! Hi, everybody. I'm Johnny Earl. I'm the new statewide president of SEIU. It's such an honor to sit here in Portland and speak to you. I know we all have anxiety, uncertainty about what the future may have to offer. But I know each one of us tomorrow are planning on waking up and going to do what we need to do. Shall it be out on the streets fighting for our fellow man, or out on our streets protesting this degenerate as a president. As Melissa Unger just mentioned, I just got back from Nevada. I knocked on doors for 3 days. I talked to members, I talked to Democrats and Republicans. I reminded them why it's important to vote, why it's important for the Harris campaign to win. While walking through Nevada, I met a man of Cuban American from Chicago, where I'm initially from. And this guy reminded me about 1979. In 1979, it was the Cubans from Humboldt Park, it was the white liberals from the north side, it was the blacks from the south and west side of Chicago that made a difference, that elected Harold Washington. And I'm here to remind you, here in Oregon, it's each and every one of us who make a difference. Doesn't matter what color you are, voting the right way is what we're doing. We don't know what's going to happen with this presidential election, but lastly, I'd like to say what really matters is that we're willing to fight. We're willing to stand up for each other, and we're willing to win. Thank you very much.
And I'm Meg Nimi. I'm the proud president of SEIU Local 49. And we have a saying in our union, can't stop, won't stop. And the members of our union just finished knocking on doors to get out votes across this country, fighting for reproductive justice, for health care justice, for the right for unions for all. And we know that we can't stop, won't stop. I'm gonna get you guys to chant with me. All right, everybody's chatting. We gotta get our chanting voices because there's gonna be a fight here. Can't stop, won't stop, can't stop, won't stop, can't stop, won't stop, can't stop, won't stop, can't stop, won't stop. All right.
Please join me in welcoming Congresswoman Andrea Salinas. Yeah. Proud representative of Oregon's 6th Congressional District. Andrea's story is a testament to the American dream and the belief that change can happen in a generation. Her father immigrated from Mexico in 1950, working as a farm worker before serving two tours in Vietnam and becoming a public servant, providing a path to the middle class and instilling in Andrea the values of hard work and perseverance. In Congress, she's coming. In Congress, Andrea has championed accessible health care, passed the nation's most progressive reproductive health policy, raised the minimum wage, and introduced legislation to hold Big Pharma accountable. Let's give her a warm welcome.
Thank you. Oh my God. You make me cry. Stop. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, Oregonians. I want to start off by thanking my family, my husband Chris, and my daughter Amelia for their constant support, love, and encouragement. You've supported me every step of the way, and I absolutely could not have done this and would not be here without the two of you by my side. I love you both so much. And of course, a big thank you to Team Salinas. I always tell folks that I have the best, most qualified, and hardest working staff, and clearly I am right. This win is yours too. And I want to thank all of my fellow Democratic candidates, the Democratic Party of Oregon, county party chairs, members, neighborhood leaders, and all the volunteers for your unwavering commitment and dedication. Thank you for every door knocked, every phone call made, every conversation you had with a neighbor, friend, or family member. Tonight, all that hard work has paid off, so thank you from the bottom of my heart, and this win is yours too. And I know tonight feels a little bittersweet until we wait for an answer for the presidential contest, and we're feeling a bit of mixed emotions. But I can't tell you how happy and excited I am for Oregon's future. We have a silver lining here in Oregon with Tobias Reed as our next Secretary of State, Elizabeth Steiner as our next Treasurer, Dan Rayfield as our next AG, majorities in the state legislature, and we will have Val Hoyle back with me, and we will be bringing Janelle Bynum with us. But I want to acknowledge the incredible campaign we've run. We knocked on more doors, made more phone calls, sent more text messages than ever before, twice as many as last time. I'm especially proud of our outreach efforts in rural communities and to Latino voters. It goes to show that Oregon Democrats are the party of inclusivity. We mean it when we say every vote matters, and no one, absolutely no one, gets left behind. So no matter what happens tonight to the top of the ticket, I am heartened by the fact that here in Oregon, we have made our voices heard loud and clear for democracy and for our futures. Oregonians want leaders who will keep extreme politicians out of their doctor's offices and vote to restore our reproductive freedom at the federal level. We want leaders who will tackle the mental health and addiction crisis head on, working with anybody who is willing to work with us to build a diverse and thriving workforce, expand access to affordable treatment, and make our communities safer while connecting more Oregonians with the care and help they need and deserve. We will make life affordable again for working and middle-class families. We want leaders who are tireless when they want to bring down the cost of gas, groceries, and housing. We will protect your hard-earned benefits and bring millions of dollars of hard-earned taxpayer money back to Oregon. Tonight, the people of Oregon have spoken, and they have thankfully once again chosen me to represent them in the 6th District and be their champion. I am honored. Thank you. I am so honored and humbled to continue to serve you and your neighbors in Congress. And I want you to know I am going back to DC to fight like hell. Let's keep working. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Now it is my honor to welcome Reina Lopez, Executive Director of Pineros y Campesinos Unidos del Noroeste, PCUN. Founded in 1985, PCUN has been at the forefront of the fight for farm workers' rights, advocating for collective bargaining and empowering Latina families against systemic exploitation. Reina, a passionate advocate for farm workers, continues this vital work, drawing from her own experiences as the daughter of Mexican immigrants. Under her leadership, PCUN is making strides to ensure that the voices of Oregon's farm workers are heard and respected. Let's give a warm welcome to Reina Lopez.
How we doing, Democrats? How we doing, Democrats? Se puede! ¡Se puede! ¡Que vivan los demócratas! All right, everyone. Now that I got your attention, it's great to see you all. As you heard, I'm Reina Lopez. I'm the President and Executive Director of PCUN, Oregon's Farm Worker Union. It's a real honor and privilege to get to be here with you today. Every single person in this room made sure that our voices were heard on the ballot this year. Every single person in this room put their blood, sweat, and tears to make sure that Oregonians and our communities were represented. And you did your part, and thank you for that. But y'all, I know you feel it. There's something new coming. And it's gonna be up to every single one of you to take the lead so that we take what is ours, so that we take what's important to protect our communities. Now you heard, I'm a proud daughter of immigrants, undocumented immigrants that came to do the farm work in the Mid-Willamette Valley in the 1980s. And today, the Mid-Willamette Valley is home to House District 22. House District 22 is the first BIPOC majority House district in this entire state. And as we're anxiously waiting for those results, you know I've been updating my phone every single moment for that. It's also important for folks in this room to understand that Latinos are no longer a sleeping giant. But Latinos are powerful when we're organized. And while we make up 14% of the population here in Oregon, it's important for you to know that in places like House District 22, somos la mayoría. And in that district, we've been knocking doors, making sure that we're knocking on bilingual doors in English and Spanish to make sure that voters are showing up. And starting with the primary election, making sure that non-affiliated voters were choosing a party, educating them about what it means to be a Democrat, what it means to choose a party for the very first time. Taking and moving into the general election to make sure that they show up for people like Andrea Salinas, making sure that they show up for people like Janelle Bynum, and making sure that they show up for Leslie Munoz so we can take back House District 22. These seats are critical for the issues that Latinos care about. Today, number one issue is the economy, making sure that we have the ability to take care of our families. Immigration reform with a pathway to legalization. Affordable housing for our communities. And defending the critical wins, the critical worker rights that we have fought for, like farm worker overtime and agricultural labor housing. As you all know, folks, today's not the end, but it is the beginning of our work. And we're going to continue to fight for progress in Salem all the way to Washington, D.C. And as we continue to wait for the results, I want to make sure to thank everybody in this room. Thank you, Democrats, for showing up for Latinos. Let's take this home. Sí se puede.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Raina. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Up next, we have Graham. Graham joined the Oregon labor movement as the state director for the Working America, the community affiliate of the AFL-CIO in 2006. He has served in nearly every role at the Oregon AFL-CIO as an organizer, campaign manager, lobbyist, and chief of staff. Throughout his career, he has worked hard to help Oregon workers build power through forming their own unions and winning political and policy campaigns that can make a tangible difference in their lives. Graham serves as the president of AFL-CIO. Please welcome Graham Trainer to the stage.
How's everybody doing tonight? Fantastic. Well, we roll deep in the labor movement, so I wanted to just say first that I am so proud to be here with our labor and progressive family after a long, hard-fought campaign cycle. My name is Graham Trainer, and I have the best job in the state. I get to work with the men and the women of the Oregon Union movement, the folks that make our state run every single day. You can give a round of applause for that. And like many of you, we've been in the campaign trenches for months, and it's always so inspiring to see the diversity of our labor movement on full display during an election cycle. Nurses joining construction workers at a phone bank, steel workers standing next to educators and school employees getting fired up at a Canvas kickoff, and then firefighters barbecuing for us when we're done with our doors. Or public service workers having thousands of worksite conversations about union-endorsed candidates throughout the course of an election cycle. You see, our strength and our effectiveness come from a guiding value of solidarity, am I right? A belief that together we are stronger and can accomplish great things, and individually we are weak and vulnerable. That solidarity and strength has been on display as the labor movement and the progressive coalitions have fought to make some transformational progress these last 4 years, thanks to the leadership of the most pro-union administration in American history. Investments in people, investments in infrastructure, investments in a worker-centered clean energy future, and in our social safety net. That's some historic progress, and working people are better off for it. But we've also experienced a lot of vulnerability and setbacks and disappointments over these last few years too, haven't we? We've recovered from a deadly pandemic that has changed our lives and our work in countless ways. We've seen a far-right Supreme Court chipping away at fundamental rights and protections. And we've seen politicians across the country buy into the strategy of fear, of division, and exploiting some of the worst elements of our humanity. Boo! That's right. But you know what's kept me inspired? The people and the leaders of Oregon. Elected leaders and organizations fighting to hold the line for the people against the anti-union, anti-choice, and anti-democratic forces around us. As the U.S. Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade and took our country back nearly 50 years on access to reproductive health care and abortion services, in Oregon, we have leaders and advocates who had passed the strongest reproductive health care expansion in the country a few years ago in preparation for that day. And we have built on that every chance since. And don't ever let anyone tell you that reproductive justice isn't a labor issue. As some politicians are playing callous political stunts with the lives of immigrants and refugees by bragging about deploying the largest mass deportation force in history, in Oregon, we have diverse leaders, immigrants and refugees themselves, who have continued to find ways for our state to be a sanctuary state and ultimately more welcoming, compassionate, and inclusive towards these important communities. And as many states are rolling back worker protections and union rights, in Oregon, we are expanding organizing rights for cannabis workers, for healthcare workers, and farm workers, to name a few. And we continue to grow and see some of the strongest union density numbers in the nation because Oregon is union strong. Oregon is union strong. Now, despite all this progress, though, this election has also reminded us that we can't take anything for granted here in Oregon. Am I right? Those that aim to divide, weaken, take us backwards as a state are willing to spend millions to achieve their goals, aren't they? They'd love nothing more than to create a crack in the blue pro-union wall that we built here on the West Coast. Am I right? Now, I got something to tell you, though. They might have a lot of money, but you know what Phil Knight and Greg Walden don't have? They sure as hell don't have the people that we do they? You see, the attacks that we've seen and the billionaires who are trying to buy this election as we speak have brought folks here in Oregon even closer together. Organizations and individuals putting differences aside and realizing how much more that we have in common with one another. So much more than our enemies would like us to realize. Am I right? And so the unprecedented statewide grassroots campaign operations that we've seen right here in Oregon this election, many that have been led by some badass women and leaders of color, I might add. That is what happens when we have a common enemy to battle. An enemy that doesn't believe in the Oregon that you and I believe in. An enemy that loves the status quo, loves keeping working people in their place, and loves putting profits over people. Am I right? But no matter what happens tonight, no matter what happens, our work in some ways will have just begun. Am I right? Because the people and the leaders and the fabric of our progressive community will lace up again tomorrow and get back to work. Am I right? Because every Oregon worker has a high-paying, family-supporting union job with benefits, we will fight. Am I right? Until women and anyone that can become pregnant has full bodily autonomy and an unwavering choice about their damn future, we will fight. And until every person of color in Oregon feels safe in their communities, on our roads, and at work, we will fight. So thank you to the defenders of democracy, the warriors for workers, all the badass women and candidates of color winning this cycle, and to the people and leaders of this great state. Because of you, no matter what happens tonight, our collective strength and solidarity, we will continue to move our state forward, won't we? Until we achieve an economy that works for all Oregonians. And as we like to say in the Oregon labor movement, when we fight, solidarity forever, everyone.
Some of you may know her as Dr. Steiner. Some of you may know her as Senator Steiner. Get used to Treasurer-elect Elizabeth Steiner. As a physician, mother, and chief budget writer of Oregon, Senator Steiner understands the importance of investing in preventative care, saving for education, and balancing a budget that makes a difference for working families all across Oregon. It is my distinct honor to introduce to you Treasurer-elect Elizabeth Steiner and Team Steiner.
Thank you so much, Matt, and thank you all for sticking it out. I always knew I was going to be the last tonight of the statewides, and lo and behold, I am. But we won. So, at 6:15 the other morning, I touched the metal ceiling at the top of a 50-foot rock wall, at the top of a really tough route that I've been trying to get to on top of for weeks. And I finally did it. But I couldn't have done it without the help of my climbing partner, Maria, who urged me on, who encouraged me, who made sure that my rope was taut when I needed it to be. Tonight, I broke the glass ceiling as Oregon's first woman treasurer. And once again, I couldn't have done it without help from amazing people that I'll tell you about in just a second. So the campaign may be over, but now the real work begins. Too many Oregonians are living with what appears to be an unbreakable ceiling between them and financial security. Too many families would have a hard time paying even $1,000 if a car breaks down or they have a surprise health care bill. We must come together and ensure that every Oregonian breaks through that ceiling to ensure that every Oregon family has the resources they need to ensure housing and food security, invest in their future, and help their children pursue a post-secondary education. In a world where so many people believe in either or, I believe in both and. We can find a path forward to grow our pension fund while simultaneously reducing our carbon footprint. We can protect our state lands for wildlife, water, and recreation while still respecting Oregon's heritage of natural resources and agriculture. But we can only do this by benefiting from thoughtful conversations among stakeholders. As your next state treasurer, I commit to bringing many perspectives together to find both and solutions that will benefit people across our great state. Please join me by contributing your wisdom as we work to make Oregonians the most financially secure, healthiest people in the nation. There is, as you know, one more glass ceiling that we're hoping to break tonight. As Oregon's first female treasurer, I'm really hoping that I'll be able to work with our nation's first female president, but it's a little too soon to tell. We're going to have to be patient and hopeful just a little bit longer. But I think we can do it. Before I yield to the next speaker, I would like to thank a few people. And not surprisingly, if you know me at all, this is the longest part of my speech, the thank yous. Because there are so many people and groups who've cheered me on and provided me with all the support necessary to win this race and break through that glass ceiling. This is when I start to cry, if you also know me. Up here with me are my extraordinary children, Christian and Alan, Mira and Thomas, and Emerson. I am the luckiest mom in the world. I want to thank my friends who fed me, some of whom are here tonight. Mel, Ribby, Eric, thank you for being here. So many other people, Sybil and Fred, George, wherever you are, thank you. And so many more.
You guys took me on walks, you fed me, you listened to me kvetch, and you got me through it. Where is he? This guy, Nick Haskins. Give it up for Nick Haskins, people. The best campaign manager I could possibly have asked for. He's amazing. If I listed all his attributes, we'd be here all night. Jet Bristol Ramsey, where are you? My finance director who built list after list after list and staffed me through endless hours of call time. I only skived off occasionally. Tatiana Amrine, my legislative chief of staff, who signed up to be my legislative chief of staff, and then I turned around and decided I was running for treasurer. She's awesome no matter what she does, and I couldn't thank her enough. I am intensely grateful to our labor and environmental partners. You all are the best. You came through for me time after time after time with phone calls and text banks and canvassing and financial support and just encouragement, which meant the world to me. My consultant team, you could not ask for better than Pivot and Sway and Empirical and GBAO. That is the dream team of consultants, and they're incredible. Thank you to the DPO neighborhood leaders. You guys are the ones who got out there and got out the vote and did that coordinated campaign and made sure that everybody knew to vote the ticket up and down. I'm incredibly touched by the fact that I have over 700 individual donors, many of them who gave multiple times over the course of the campaign. And whether they gave $3 or many multiples of $3, it was their hard-earned money that was going toward helping us win and serve Oregonians across the state. And last but decidedly not least, to my friend and colleague Tobias Reed, you've been an extraordinary state treasurer. It's an honor to follow in your footsteps. And I'm really grateful for all the things you've done to help me. I can't thank you enough. To Oregonians across the state, thank you. Thank you for voting, whether you voted for me or not. Thank you for caring about the future of our great state. Let's work together to make it even better. Thanks.
So, thank you and congratulations, our new state treasurer. So, all in Oregon's had a great night tonight. I hope all of you are feeling good about it. We won all of our statewide races. Yes, we did. Give them a hand. Secretary of State, State Treasurer, Attorney General. We maintained our majorities in the legislature, in the House, and the Senate. We won our congressional district races. I do need to announce to you that one of our congressional races has not yet been called, and that is Congressional District 5 with Janelle Bynum. We're still waiting for that race to be called, and we'll be hearing from her later. But we're very hopeful, very optimistic. And with respect to the presidential race, we thought this would be a long night. We did expect to hear it called, but I want to encourage you to be of strong heart and to hold on to the hope and the optimism that characterizes a beautiful blue Democratic Party like the Democratic Party of Oregon. Can we, let's applaud that. There's no giving up. And I also want to commend all of you who took your time to spend it with us this evening. It's been a long night. I wanted to wish you well and ask you to be safe in your drive home. And let's keep talking to each other and embracing each other, embracing the shared values that we have, and fighting for social justice, equality, and all of the things that characterize democracy. Thank you so much, and thank you for spending this night with the Democratic Party of Oregon. My name is Rosa Colquitt, and I am the proud chair of the Democratic Party of Oregon. Thank you.